Hello. Welcome to day 15 of Ink a Day of May. I'm tired. It's been a day. Did stuff. Did things. Had a sandwich. Went to a ball game. Now I'm here. That pretty much sums it up. So, what is Ink a Day of May, you may ask? You might not be asking, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Ink a Day of May is a challenge for myself where I draw 30 people's characters, and this year I am drawing their characters interacting with my character, Major Fee. So we've done 14 of these so far, and I really enjoy how they've turned out so far. Also, now I'm thinking about it, I need to double check to make sure. Nope, we're missing a couple. Of course we are, because I can't remember things. There we go. Forgot to add the last two inks onto that slideshow that's happening in the upper right. Yeah, I'm also gonna get rid of this. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Get rid of that. And that. And then we're gonna bring back this. Alright. ADHD moment. So yeah, today we are doing Ganyafanatic's character, Brit Robotnik. Which I am kind of excited because I have this idea and I really want to try to get it to work. Is it going to work? Well, we will find out. But that's part of the fun of these challenges, is forcing myself to be out of my comfort zone a little bit. And character interactions and different perspectives is something I don't do a whole lot of. So, yeah. Can't think of anything else, so let's just go ahead and get started. So my idea, I'm gonna do a thumbnail for this. My idea is something like this. This way I can show off a bit more of the character right in my phone screen. Okay. Good. Torso's too long. What are you doing, cat? Someone's got a feather up her butt. Oh my god, cat. What are you doing? Oh my god. What is your problem, cat? Why are you crazy? You're so graceful. Well, jumped off my chair onto my table, almost fell off the table. So yeah, something like this. Rockets here. And over here, we've got... And I'm trying to think exactly what I'm going to have Fee do. What do I have Fee do? I don't know. I don't know. It requires thinking, and we don't believe in that in this household. Let me get... There you are. Yeah. How do I look this up? I was gonna say, you can't find flying in the air pose. If I was able to have enough space, but I'm afraid of, I want this to take up as much space as possible. But if I was able to do like a bigger picture, essentially, probably a square one, I would be able to have it where Fee is riding on a rocket, like a missile, and she's, you know, riding like a like straddling it, and she would just say, "Thanks for the missile. I'll bring it right back," because that's what she would do. I don't know if she'd actually bring it back, but she would still say it. Yeah, I think I need to do the square thing. Almost put the frickin' hand on backwards. Because apparently I've gone too long without doing that. So I'm kind of picturing B is like standing on some platform on one of her ships, and they just had like a battle or something, and B is wanting to talk face to face, but she's gonna have her gun behind her back. Because, you know, war crimes, why not? Yeah, there we go. This'll work. Now, let's see if we can... if this will scale up, or if I can actually move some stuff around. Ooh, I almost got it perfectly. Ooh. I'm kind of proud of myself there. Don't need to do that, but I can just do this. And then that. MBAC ads at the starter is kind of annoying. I can't do anything about that unless I manually do ads, and I don't have the capability of doing that. And by that, I don't mean I don't have the resources to do that. I don't have the brain to do that. Because I'm kind of doing something. One seems like it's going to be a fast one. I mean, considering it's a character from the Sonic universe, I would hope so. Yeah, how's your day been? Good, good. There you go, that looks a lot better. Making this a little bigger. I don't know what her relationship is with her dad, but I feel like there would at least be some similarities with designs. Okay. Put in some dots in here. Why not?
Rock my bass, mash up the place.
Ooh.
Rock my bass. Smash up the place.
This is a cup holder, because why wouldn't you have a cup holder? If you're an idiot, you wouldn't have a cup holder. Exactly. There's a good chance that you'll get thirsty on the battlefield. Fee's learned that. Where else am I supposed to put my nice, refreshing can of ooze? Exactly! Nothing's worse than being ill-prepared for a battle. Almost forgot to add a comfy chair. Again, why wouldn't you do that? I lifted my arm and my neck popped. What the crap was that? I'm dying, Squirtle. I am liking this so far. Ah! I keep thinking I put it on eraser. All right. Let's... I want to zoom in. I want to zoom in. Let me zoom. Why won't you let me zoom? Why are you gay? There we go. I don't know why drawing the second eye can be one of the hardest things ever. I have to play back to the brush. Face just seems off. Hey, Woo. That was you. Finally the weekend. Everybody's working for the weekend. Got any plans for the weekend? Going to my aunt's house on Sunday, but for the other days, I'll just be drawing or doing homework. I'm so glad I'm not in school anymore. Not sure if it's worth having the bills and the stress and stuff, but like, I don't have homework, so that's fantastic. Ooh. Was that really necessary? Why? I'm not reading all that. Where are you going? All right. What? No. Okay. All right. Am I making her too hot? I'm afraid I'm making her too hot. Getting that Octavia from Spider-Verse vibes. Which means looks like a dangerous woman. It's okay, she's my wife, so. You need a balance of hot and average. What was Genya saying that their actual first free night was tonight? Or I couldn't quite tell what Tommy Haas was. Oh. I mean, I feel like one of these streams should help with the sads, but what do I know? It doesn't help me. Sometimes it does. Hmm. Just kind of wish that they were here because, one, I'd love to hear more about this character. And I know they were super excited about this. Ooh. Yeah, that's not working out. I think I did pretty good on her. I like the way it looks. Okay. Okay. Now defeat. The important part. And I'm not biased. Ooh. Somebody in one of the discords that I'm in commented on the Jeff Inc. And they're like, I love the little guy. You know, I'm pretty impressed with myself with how all this looks for basically bullshitting the perspective. Is it perfect? No. Does it do the job? Sure. Though I feel like this perspective is going to be the hard one. Oh, they got on Genya's on pixel art. I added them with the in the comments for the announcement of the stream. Hopefully they stop by because I really want to show off what I did so far. For some reason, Krita isn't allowing me to paste images in full definition. It depends on the resolution of the image and the resolution that you're working in. And because sometimes you can be thrown off by the actual resolution of the image you're trying to import. Also, it's probably better if you save it onto your computer and then import it instead of doing like a copy-paste type of thing. See if that makes it better. Here, let me try, because I was thinking about the whole importing thing. Let me try looking up something. Looking. Okay, go to the layer menu and go to import/export and import layer. In the scaling option, when a pop-up dialog comes up, select no scaling. That will keep the image in its original pixel dimensions, like resolution and all that. That might be what's happening. Which also would mean that your image is not as big as you think it is. So double check the image resolution size. Okay, yeah, I would have to look at what you're doing to really help you with that, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. I haven't been used Crota in years. Hello! I'm glad you could make it. So, the scene I'm picturing is Fee and Brit have been having a bit of a battle, and Fee sent a message to Brit saying that they need to have a one-on-one talk. And here's what Brit looks like. I think I made her too hot. Help, the Eggman genes are not there. Like, do I need to fix something, or... So I can fix something if I need to fix something. It is your character. Okay. I mean, if there's something that's not like with the character, just let me know, and I will make adjustments. Just realized that this. Her head's not on right. Well, part of my art style is trying to be accurate to the characters. Because I enjoy being accurate. Also, she has a cup holder in her little ship thing because why wouldn't you have that? Oh, you're using JPEG. Yeah, JPEG has a lower quality. If you, it's best to use PNGs if you want to keep quality and all that. She probably keeps leftover Dr. Pepper. as you only someone if someone with a PhD must only drink a soda with a PhD. Otherwise, what are you doing? It fuels the brain. Yes, it does. I am going to need you to explain what the Eggman genes mean. Otherwise, that's going to bother me. I know you didn't mean it on purpose, but my brain's just like, we did something wrong. We did something wrong. I need information. Okay. I was thinking of giving her, like, a similar nose. Like, just toned down. That's why she's got, like, a kind of a bird nose going on there. And then I figured she'd kind of do similar things with design-wise, so, like, her face, so she would have glasses on her ships and stuff. And the pointy nose as branding. Yay! Of course, Fee is being a little shit, and she's just planning on shooting Brit as soon as the opportunity arises. Because B uses war crimes as a bingo card. Though I also kind of expect Brit to be planning something as well, which is why she's got that smirk. I mean, yeah, absolutely do it. I would love to see stuff like that. Like, huh, I thought of that. Be like Leonardo DiCaprio and Wolf of Wall Street, just like looking at the TV, like, wait, I need to draw B again. Yes, you do. Speaking of which, since last and only time I drew her was a year ago, I miss my murder princess, guys. I miss her a lot. I miss her. I miss her a lot. I'll be right back. You fuck my crops? How do you do that? I'm gonna piss on the moon! Oh my god. I made the fucking building again! There we go. Oh, Brit went fighting Fee, thinking she won. Oh, Dad, I'm coming home finally. Fee rises. She's back in the fucking building again! I love it. Ah. This is bullshit. Oh. Poor Jeff. Drawing it right now as we speak. Good. Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, we're just gonna go into the inking now. Two hours in, and we're now inking. Fantastic. Oh, hey! How is you? Teach me your ways. Well, make sure you get 30 gallons of goat's blood. Can it be a couple weeks old? No, it has to be fresh. Like that day. And it can only be like 3 hours old at most. Now, the kid's blood, yeah, that can be a couple weeks old. But you are going to need 16 gallons of that. All right, after the stream, I'll go get some. We gotta say goodbye to Willie. Oh, no. Well, I mean, sacrifices must be made. Have I ever mentioned that I have a thing for dangerous women? I think it's a problem. Which is funny because I don't view Fee in any kind of, like, way like that. She's just my baby. My little murder princess. You win just women. Hello, letter. We have good times, not from time to time. How is you? we are doing what's called a Ink a Day of May challenge. Thing that I came up with. It's totally original. Do not steal. Nothing personnel, kid. And I have I had 30 people submit characters to draw, and this is the second year I've done this. This year I'm having it where they're all interacting with my character Fee. Not a lot of people realize this, but I really like my character Fee. She is my light of my life, and I'm very normal about her. So yeah, and in September we're actually going to be doing this ink challenge again, but when I do that, I'm going to be doing it as a charity drive thing. So the entire month we're going to be raising money for the American Heart Association, because I kind of want to do something bigger with this. I'm great learning clip studio and painting. Wanted someone to watch as I work. Well, this is a good place for that. If you need help with anything, like either art-wise or with Clip Studio, you can just ask and I will try to answer as best as I can. Because I am also a teacher, not like school teacher, but I was an instructor, an art instructor for a few years. And I loved showing people how to do things, so. Did I not make an announcement in this Discord server? I feel like I didn't. I probably didn't. I sort of did. I'll make another one. There we go. Moving from Procreate to Clip Studio. It's just jarring right now. I'm a one brush wonder because the buttons scare me. Yeah, I went from I used Photoshop for a long while, and then I jumped over to Krita for a little bit, and then I jumped over to Clip. And I've been using Clip for a few years. Let's see. Procreate is the best. I do my impact frames on there. Cool. I'm gonna see if I can get my boyfriend to join perchance. Let me lure in another victim. Oh, lovely. Go away, bot. Just because I'm drawing someone who makes bots doesn't mean you can just show up. But yeah, when it comes to brushes, for the most part, I only use the round brush. I've learned... I've started using another brush for my sketches. It is the dry ink brush. I just like the texture of it. It makes my eyes go, and then makes my brain go, and then I go, and then everyone's like, what is wrong with you? And then I'm just like, shut up, mind your business. But then there's another brush that I found that is not available on Clip Studio site thing where you can download stuff. This sketch pencil brush, I really love this one for painting. It's great for painting. Other than that, I just use the round brush. Because I am a simple man with simple desires. I think part of it is also because I am scared of the buttons. It looks like the square brush from Procreate. I miss it so. I'm just using the basic oil one because I love digitally painting. I enjoy doing digital paint stuff. At least like not like it using the brushes that mimic paint brushes, because my brain and mixing stuff don't mix. Oddly enough. But I've never used Procreate. Shakespearean insult. Okay. So, what that means is that I have this book here of create your own Shakespearean insults. It has 3 parts of it, and I just flip through the pages for each section, and we get a 3-parted insult. So, let's see. Hedgeborn, clay-brained, prig. I feel like I just said a slur. Hedgeborn, clay-brained, prig. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I should probably write these down. But that sounds like work. And I'm already tired. It's great, honestly. I just couldn't handle 40 plus hours and multiple layers without it freezing. Oof. Yeah, I have a piece. I'm not going to show the clip file of it because I don't want to wait 10 minutes for it to load. gluttonous, uncultured, cretin appearing pig. That's a good one. Oh, here it is. So I did this piece a couple years ago, and I believe this has 180 layers, and I put over 200 hours into it. And it's also like in 8K at 300 DPI, which is why it would take like about 10 minutes for the actual file to load, because it would take between 2 to 5 minutes for the autosave to actually like process everything. So that was fun to deal with for like the last 60 to 70 hours of working on this. Goddamn, how are you still sane? Why do you assume that I even started off sane? What sane person even begins to do this? I really like how I've done the hair with this. Honestly, fair and relatable. Yeah, typically a piece that I put a lot of work into takes me between 30 to 60 hours. Like, I do have one commission that I'm working on. I love her hair and how you did it. Yeah, she low-key has very scraggly hair, as it's very thick and big old there may be a few sticks and bugs in there. Usually placed by Sonic to Rage Vader. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I'm working on this piece that I had to put off for this Inkaday thing. But this is Cthulhu, as how I understood in the description of Call of Cthulhu. But yeah, I'm currently working on a thing called ambient occlusion with it. At least what I call ambient occlusion. It's not accurately that, but it's how I like to think of it. And ambient occlusion is basically lighting the way that lighting works when it's bouncing and it doesn't reach the eye. So like the best example I can always give is like when you put your fingers together and look at your hand and the shadows in between your fingers. That's essentially what ambient occlusion is, at least from what I understand it. And I like to use it to make textures and stuff. But yeah, your line work is beautiful. I'm amazed. Well, thank you. Line work is my favorite part of any drawing. Which is why I kind of came up with Ink a Day. I also, there is a link tree in where the links and stuff are. And if you go to my Ko-Fi or Ko-Fi, Ko-Fi, I have almost every single digital piece that I've made since 2010 is available for free on there to download. And then I also have a gallery that is free. It's basically a coloring book gallery, and it's free download as well. So if you ever want to skip the line stuff and just play around with coloring, I essentially made a coloring book gallery. And yeah, completely free. Because I tried doing the paywall thing and that didn't work out, and I care more about people having my stuff than making a quick buck. And if anybody ever feels like leaving a tip, I won't say no. I'm in the phase of just trying to do art and put it out there. Biggest critic stuff, you know. Yeah. I've been doing this content creating and art posting and stuff since about 2010. 2009, 2010, somewhere around there. And I can teach you a lot of things. I can't teach you how to actually be successful online, because clearly I don't know how to do that either. So, best I can say is just post your stuff and see what happens. Yeah, because I've been streaming since 2009, 2010. So yeah, I've been streaming longer than Twitch has been alive. Because I'm old. You're old. You've got multiple chins because you're old. But I want a milkshake. No, Jeff. Poor Jeff. He's so abused. Yeah, I'm also working on some books with Fee. I currently have a short story and a novella published on my Wattpad, and it's about her origins, basically. So if you feel like doing a little bit of reading, I highly suggest checking those out. They are good readings. I'm not just saying that because they're mine. Like, they're the best writings that I've done. And people seem to like them. At least the two people that told me. Jeez. That scared me. Oh, thank you for the follow. Will I be smited for having the fee story saved to my read later, but I low-key keep forgetting? Fee might hunt you down. I can't guarantee survival. Hello, Stitches. How's the kitty? Have you realized you haven't been bothering me for a little while? Is that what we're doing? And she just ran off. Ooh. Ow. I'm dying, Squirtle. A friend of mine told me that watching me ink is very relaxing. You definitely give me Invader Zim vibes in a way, though. Isn't he awfully loud? And kind of obnoxious? You're ugly when you lie! Then why are you ugly? I'm really hoping that I can be left alone tomorrow so I can work on time lapses and actually chill for a bit. Mummy! Are we surviving on hopes and dreams in here? No, those died a long time ago. What are you talking about? We're like Squidward in here. Here lies Squidward's hopes and dreams. What a baby. I feel like if I warmed up a bit, I can do a better Krabs impression. But I don't feel like it. I'm very happy with how this is turning out so far. It's so absolute cinema. Every time your art appears, it gets more awesome sauce than before. Is there a doctor in the house? Thank you. Your check is in the mail. There's been a lot of times where I've been like, you know what, after we do the ink, if I'm still feeling like if we can like play some games or something, but after every single ink, even the ones that take like 2 hours, I'm just like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Which is a little frustrating because I want to play Our World a bit more. At least stream it. I do play it offline. The stream. That's too damn bad. Keep eating. Well, that's too damn bad. Keep streaming. I'm so abused. Everybody's mean to me. Everybody's mean to me. This was the last drawing I made in 2025. I do love this drawing. It's very stupid. My favorite thing is that when she's in the corner, but my favorite thing is that she did put a drawing of a butt on her butt because you can't see it under her coat. Oh, it just kills me. Sometimes I'm funny. Yeah, I have several meme things. I have a list of drawings I need to do with Fee, and it keeps getting longer and longer because I can't draw fast enough. Like I have one of that SpongeBob meme where he does the imagination, but it's Fee going immolation. Oh, I need to get rid of that one. I already did that one. I have a few comics that I have planned with her. Like somebody tells her, "Ma'am, this is a restricted area. You can't be here." And she just hands them a piece of paper that says, "Here's my authorization." The person looks at it and they go, "This just says in crayon, I do what I want." And stuff like that. As I like to say, Fee, like, alternate universe Fee is only a little bit more silly than she is in like canon. I still can't believe that I've only had Fee for 17 months now. I came up with her last January. And I have yet to recover. I thought you were born with her at this point. Yeah, you would think. Oh, quick question. What program and devices do you use to stream stuff like this, like the Fee photo as the avatar and the custom Fee decor? I'm interested in starting streaming perchance. Okay, so the layout and everything is all done in Clip Studio. So whatever drawing program you use, you can just use that. Make sure that when you go to export it or save it, you save it as a PNG and you have transparent backgrounds. Because basically, let me just show what the layout actually is. There it is. This, what you see here is just one layer. It's just a layout. I just drew this. Basically do it in the same format as I'm doing these Inca days. So either do it in the 1080 by 1920 or 4K, which is double that. And then, yeah, just make sure that you have transparent backgrounds for all the places that you want to be able to have stuff like the like your capture, like I have here, and all that stuff, and make sure that it's on the top layer. And then all these images here are just drawings that I've done, and then I just put them, decorate around, and all that. Make sure I have everything. Okay. The PNG tuber thing. Again, I just did all the artwork in Clip Studio, and I have stuff in 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 separate layers when I save them. I have a layer for the hat, I have a layer for the ponytail, and I have a layer for Fee, and then I have a layer for the sticky notes. And then the program that I use is called PNG Tuber Plus. It's a free to use program. You can either just look it up, or I think it's still on. Yeah, I think it's on itch.io. And yeah, I would recommend looking up a few tutorials. I think there's actually some tutorials on the site that you can download it from. so then you can just play around with that stuff. Put everything into this the streaming program OBS. It is essentially the best streaming program. It's extremely customizable, and definitely look up a bunch of tutorials on all sorts of things with it, especially your audio balancing. I streamed for years with terrible audio because nobody would tell me that it was bad. And every time I would listen to it, like on another, like on my phone or something, it sounded fine. But then whenever it was saved as a VOD, it would sound terrible. So now it's a lot better because I finally understood how to balance things and all that. But definitely look into that. I'm actually looking into adding a few more things to the stream, like a TTS. I really want to add that, and a couple other things. But yeah, that's mainly how I make all my stream stuff is through those programs. Your art program, PNG Tuber Plus for the PNG Tuber, and OBS to do the streaming. So there you go. So yeah, the thing with Fee that I find hilarious, not like with the character, but more like happenstance of like real life with it, is I put my drawings for Fee in a folder labeled doodles. So it's a folder within a folder. But it's within my doodles folder, which my doodles folder is just for stuff where I like, it's not for anything story related or has like a bigger thing going on with it. It's just where I put my random drawings and stuff. Because when I first created Fee, I was only expecting to draw her like a handful of times. Because I was like, oh, this is an interesting character. I should, one, redesign her to make her easier to draw. And then, because her first design, this was the very first design I ever did of her. And, like, I started developing a story with her as I was drawing, which I haven't done in years. And, so then I was like, oh, this is a really interesting character. I'm gonna redesign her so that she's easier to draw. And I'm gonna do a few drawings with her, and that's probably all that's gonna happen, because I haven't done much in the way of like characters, at least my own characters, for a long time. Also, on Brit here, I put shorts on her. And I'm giving her thick legs because I haven't drawn thick legs in a while, and I miss drawing thick legs. Yeah, she got that leg muscle. Yeah. Dream Woman can crush a watermelon with her calves. Imagine what she can do with her thighs. Whoa, a butt! Ah! Yes. So eventually, I am going to be drawing Fee out of her uniform and stuff. Eventually, just haven't gotten around to that yet. But she'll always have her mask. We're never going to have a full face reveal ever. That is something I decided close to the very beginning, that we will never do a face reveal of her. I don't care about anything, whatever. Any screen recording thingies you would recommend? OBS is still a good one. You don't have to stream with it. You can just record with OBS. Nearly all YouTubers use OBS for recording and streaming. But yeah, I only bring up the thing with Fee because one of the things I really enjoy drawing is waifus. So like I have an OC, her name is Claire Karuva. She's an absolute sociopath. And she is actually the very first female character I ever came up with, so I I've had her since I was in either a freshman or a sophomore in high school. So, a long time. This is a drawing I did of her years ago. But yeah, Claire's really cool. Absolute badass. Complete sociopath. But absolute badass. So I miss drawing women that can snap me in half. Now, Fee does not look like this. She is not Bara. She is shredded. She is ultra fit, but she is a rail. I'm looking so gaily. Yeah, I have heard that reaction, that kind of reaction, many times whenever I've shown Claire. I also did one where she cosplayed as Death from Puss in Boots. This was fun. But yeah, Claire does not like tattoos. She thinks they're for pussies. The way that she wants to mark her skin is through scarification. So all the designs on her are basically either self-inflicted designs or battle scars. I also have one where she came back from, because she works for a criminal organization, and she came back from some mission thing, and she was told to wash off, and so I drew this. So yeah, I like drawing muscle women. Is what I'm trying to get at. But with Fee, can't really... You're never getting rid of me. Oh, no! What have I done? But yeah, with Fee, she's skinny as a rail. But I do have another character that is in the Feeverse who is massive in very many of the senses of the word, and that's Necry. Although she wears baggy clothes, there's going to be plenty of times where they're not going to be so baggy or she's not wearing them because they're all torn up or something. I'm going to do a few different design changes on her, but this is the overall, like, permanent look for her. She is going to be the main villain. I will commit crimes for your characters. But yeah, so Nakrai is, so in the Fevers, as I like to call it, hey man, this looks pretty good. Where you close at? So in the Fevers, so Fee is in it from an empire called Necropole. Necropole has special people in it called Extemorti. And Fee is one of these Extemorti. And Extemorti basically means someone who is immortal. Fee's version of immortality is that she resurrects. And her version of resurrection is considered perfect resurrection. Or near perfect resurrection. Okay, I'm gonna do a shape. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. But yeah, so and Fee's version of that kind of resurrection is that she comes back to life in an explosion of fire. And so yeah, Nakrai is also an Extemorti. But her version of immortality is that she is able to regenerate. Only about twice as fast as a normal Necru, which is a person from Necropole. A normal Necru heals. But she is able to resurrect even if she gets completely obliterated, because there is a part of her brain, it's actually her pineal gland, it is indestructible. So she can come back to life if she's just like disintegrated down to just that. In a year's time, she will be able to, in about a year, so not twice as fast. She's not like Wolverine, but she also heals relatively fast. But she's able to come back to being fully functional within a year if she's brought down to just her indestructible part of her brain. She is also the most experienced when it comes to combat. Out of anybody. She is, I believe I have her around 6,000 years old. And she has been serving in combat for nearly all of that. Fee, on the other hand, by the time she goes up against Nakrai, has only 40 years of combat experience. So, yeah. kind of has a gonna have a bit of a struggle. But she has to, because Nakrai, her goal is to destroy the Empire. Because she believes that it is beyond redemption. Whereas Fee is like ultra loyal to the Empire. And the thing is that Nakrai used to be one of the most one of the highest regarded Necru in the Empire. So it was kind of a shock when she kind of turned her back, went against the Empire. Oh god. I'm under a lot of pressure. Well, I'm glad. Ooh, too big a brush. Nope, that's because it's the wrong brush. That explains that. But yeah, so one of the interesting things about the dichotomy between Fee and Nakrai is that Fee has a... Fee is like an ultra zealot. Also, is there a video editing software you use? I started using a program called DaVinci Resolve. There's a version of it that's free to use from the actual makers of the program. You can always just dish out the money to have like the 100% features and stuff, but you don't need it because it already comes with a whole lot of stuff. And I really like this program. I've been very much enjoying it. But yeah, so Fee being like a religious zealot within an empire that is a theocracy. She has a different ideology to the rest of the empire. Because the empire is all like, they worship death. Not a god of death, the act of death, essentially. Their deity is called the Ether, which is like essentially like the Force. It's the thing that connects all life together, and it's the thing that all life returns to after death. And so they're basically a warlike people that are, and they're kind of edgy that way. And Fee is a zealot of that. But her ideology differs because she puts a lot of emphasis on how one lives their life, and by that I mean living their fullest life. So as long as you're living your life to how you feel is fullest, Fee like 100% supports it. So basically, in a way, she is like very much like, yeah. The thing is, part of the reason why she's like that is because everyone's gonna die anyway, whether it's by her hand or naturally. So you might as well just live your life to the best of your ability. Whereas the rest of the Empire, they don't put a lot of thought into like how one lives their life. So basically, in a way, Fee is like supportive of the alphabet soup community, and I only say that because it's exhausting to me to say all the letters. And all this stuff. But she is not an ally. Because everyone's going to die. Basically, the way it works is even though she is technically supportive of all those things, I volunteer as tribute. Technically, she's supportive of all those things. She's also extremely xenophobic because of her culture. And by xenophobic, I mean anything that's not a Necru, she will slaughter without hesitation. And she will do horrible things. I don't have a command. I don't have a bot right now. I've had to do a lot of overhaul with my stream stuff. But there should be a Discord. Either there's a Discord link in where the links are, or it will be in the link tree. But yeah, the Discord is mostly for fee stuff. So if you like fee, then yeah, join the Discord. It's also a place where people can post their art and stuff, and all sorts of dealies. Just make sure you fill out the recruit information thing. You can either go with what's already on there, or just put in some info. Whatever info you want. It's basically just so everybody can get an idea of who you is. But yeah, and then also make sure you check out the Imperial map, because that tells you what all the channels are and where they are located. But yeah, so yeah, Fee is extremely xenophobic because she has no consideration of anybody that's not a Necru. But she also, her faith also says that when she kills people, it's a holy act that purifies their soul better than it would be if they were to die from natural causes. So she still thinks she's doing a good thing and all that. Also, the Empire Necropole is in a 10,000 so far, basically since its inception. It has been on a crusade against the universe called the Ulta Morte, which means slaughter of all. Their goal for the Empire's goal is to wipe out all life in the universe, so that all life can be part of the ether forever, and then all the immortals will be called to join the ether. That's what their beliefs are. Like, another thing that makes it to where people don't believe me when I say that I've only had Fee for just over a year is, I have thought of ways on how the reproduction of Necru works, because it's not done through normal biological means. Because they have essentially a master AI that was programmed to assist in the Ultimorte, or the Empire. And so it realized that, you know, you remind me a lot of Kinger and Kane if they were chopped and mixed into a blender and molded into a person. We're going on an adventure. I need to make sure I'm wearing a bucket. Cool. And I actually, like, I love Kinger. And I do kind of consider myself to be a bit of a father figure for a lot of people. I am the most dadliest dad who never dad. But yeah, so the way that the Necru reproduce is they're born through birthing pods, basically. So at Necropole, their home planet, and any other planet that is a I forget the term I had for it, but essentially reproduction planets. They have massive vats of DNA material, and they filter the material, and then they put it, and then they like filter it, mix it, filter it, mix it, filter it, mix it, put it into a birthing pod. Couple months later, a child is developed and is quote unquote birthed from it, and then they are raised by either Nullix units, which are robots designed by the master AI, whose name is Necrolux, and you know, Nullix units or volunteered Necru. And for about 2 years, sort of, two-ish years, or basically until they are able to walk and talk, they are then put into the education program, which basically is just they're then raised by teachers. Essentially, they live in giant tower. Some of them live in towers. They have all sorts of different kind of living arrangements, but they live in like communal situations, and it's hard to say this stuff and draw at the same time. My brain's like, what are we doing? I'm getting tired. Yeah, basically they're educated, and through the education system, they are then sorted into what their life purpose is going to be. So, if somebody shows a lot of potential when it comes to like the sciences, they will then start being guided into going into one of the what's called triangles, which is the three segments of the empire. Um, there's so the triangle are the Forze Morte, which is essentially the frontline military, actual soldiers, and stuff like that. So pretty much the military, what we would think of as the military. Though technically the entire empire is the military. All members of the empire are members of the military. There's then the Ingenha Morte, which is the science and technology, research, development, maintenance. Pretty much if it's something that's built, it's part of that triangle. And then there's the Ida Morte, which is mostly administration, management, politics, religion, stuff like that. So yeah, then when they're about 20 years old, or 20 Sile, as it's called, which is their word for a year. Yes, I'm also developing a language with B. I have a problem. But yeah, then they basically graduate, which means they go from from education to whatever their life purpose is, and then they will spend the rest of their lives doing whatever that job is. Once they die, their bodies are sent to either typically sent to their birth planet, or it's sent to the closest birthing planet, and they are given their death rights, which is basically a historical record of their things they did throughout their life. It's put into this massive database that they have of every single Necru that has ever lived since the Empire was formed. And then they do some religious mumbo jumbo, and then they inject the body with some nasty stuff. It breaks it down to its nasty genetic material, put back into the vats of all the other genetic material, and then it waits to be used again and filtered. And that is where babies come from. And the thing is with Extra Morti, nobody knows what makes an Extra Morti an Extra Morti. Nobody can understand how they become immortal. There's been lots of studies on it, and none of it makes sense. They've tried to see if they can synthesize it. They can't. They try to get the DNA from current Extra Morti, and nothing comes from it. So they stopped trying a long time ago. There's just some. That's why Extra Morti. That's part of the reason why Extra Morti are considered to be saints. and shepherds of the Empire. They were personally selected by the Ether to do so. Because there's no actual like natural thing about them. What happens to the certain people that go against the Empire are hyper aware of all the stuff going down and want to change it. Also, I don't know about the story. It's giving me 1984. So I still need to read 1984, but from what I know about 1984, they don't do a lot of like secrecy, government control stuff. They're pretty straightforward when it comes to how they treat everyone else. There is a bit of 1984 going on within the Empire, a little bit. But anybody who is outside the Empire, they get slaughtered. Anybody that is within the Empire, it's extremely rare for anybody to even mention that they're against the ideals of the Empire. That's why there's never been a civil war within the Empire for the 10,000 years it's been around. Which is why it was such a shock when Necrai went against the Empire. Especially considering that she's a next to Mortai. But anybody who essentially they're treated like a criminal. Treason is a very high crime. But since death is such a high value thing, what happens to criminals, pretty much no matter what the crime is, after a certain point in severity, they are all put into essentially torture devices. And by torture devices, I mean they're completely incapacitated, but they're not made unconscious. They're put on machines that are life supports and stuff. And they are forced to sit there, hooked to these machines, unable to do anything. And these machines prolong their lives. So, a Necru who does not serve in the Forza Morte, typically their lifespan is about 60 years. These devices make it to where they live up to be about 100. And yeah, and then they're basically just shoved into like storage, to where, and they can never sleep. They never need, their bodies do not deteriorate or anything. It's just by the time when they hit 100 years old, the machine then turns off. They have a horrible death that has no aspects of glory to it, and then they die. So yeah, that's how they treat criminals and stuff. And with treason, they would probably set up the machine to where it actually puts them into non-stop agonizing pain the entire time. So they kind of live a life like me, because I have fibromyalgia. But the Empire is not like a super strict black and white type of thing. There is a lot of nuance within the Empire and all that. Like, yes, death is like a super important thing and all that. There's still plenty of Necru who are afraid to die. just because that's a natural thing that Necrolux has not been able to get out of their DNA, because it's not really a DNA thing. But he did make it to where they don't require to reproduce sexually, since he developed that entire reproduction with the tubes and all that. So Necru have no sexual desires at all. They still develop relationships and stuff, because that's still very important for connection and kinship and all that. But there is no need to play tiddlywinks with their birthday suits. So, yeah, and that was done to better focus the Necru to help with the war effort, because pretty much everything is done for the war effort. I even figured out how they go about doing, like, for planets, how they go about, like, their economy and stuff. They don't really have money, per se. Essentially, they work with resources. So, the legions, which is all the different, like, battalions and stuff like that, within the Forze Morte. It's a thing that Fee controls. One of the things that Fee controls, because she has her own legion, the Auto Morte. Auto Morti. Which Auto Morti means suicide or self-sacrifice. She specifically chose that name to piss off people. Also, she chose that name because anybody who like follows her into battle are pretty much just deciding that they're gonna die. Because she goes on the campaigns that are insanely difficult. But she's almost always successful. And Fee is also one of the very few, because of her ideology, she goes out of her way to make sure that her soldiers, she treats her soldiers like her babies, like her children. That's why she has a mug that says number one murder mom. Because even though they don't have families and stuff, they still know the concepts about all that. Because that's a cultural thing. So, yeah, Fee spends a lot of resources maintaining her troops. And by that, I mean giving them the best stuff that's outside of what they would need for battle. So they always get, like, top quality food and drinks, and she makes sure that they have plenty of, like, for those who survive the campaigns, she requires them all to basically go on leave for a little while, because that's actually a really old law, was that after a campaign, a legion has to give its troops time to recover, so that when they go on their next one, they are, like, top notch. That's kind of been a forgotten law, so there's a lot of legions that, like, as soon as they get back, they go on another campaign. But Fee refuses to do that. I even have a story planned where she is ordered to go on another campaign as soon as she gets back from a pretty arduous one. And she argues with and this comes from the council, which is called the Extemorti Cule, which is immortals that basically run the empire. She argues with them because she doesn't have a great relationship with them anyway. But they're just like, this has to be done. It's imperative that the Empire gets whatever they're wanting. So what she decides to do, instead of forcing her troops to go on another campaign, she takes one frigate and asks for volunteers. And tells them, like, it's not a requirement. You are not looked down upon by anybody if you refuse to go on this campaign. And so she basically tries to do an impossible campaign with a very small number of soldiers. I'm gonna do this because this is annoying having to stop and go. But yeah, Fee does stuff like that. She because in the novella she is at the Mortahedral, which is like the Vatican or of the faith. She is actually the only Cormate, which is a commander of a legion. She's the only Cormate in the entire empire who is also essentially an ordained minister, which means she can give religious rites for like battles and stuff. So before a battle, she actually gives a quick sermon and a prayer. I have a few of those instances written. Wonder if I could find one. Let's see. That's not it. Where are you at? Yeah, that's definitely not it. I can't find it. I've written a couple times where she's pleasantly surprised when they're on a campaign, and they're just like steamrolling over the opposition, which she's kind of disappointed about because, like, well, I was kind of hoping for some kind of challenge, but I guess that's not in the cards. But then, while she's on her ship, the Automortai, suddenly a massive fleet, like, decloaks and charges up their weapons and stuff, and she's like, oh, yay. So then she, like, goes into red alert and has her troops go out to greet the party. And as her fleet is heading towards that fleet, she gets on the comms to all of her troops, and she gives a prayer. And she likes to be very theatrical with her prayers. So she's very much like an evangelical or an evangelist. But yeah, I have this book, the first book that I'm working on right now. And then after that, I already have, okay, so these are all the stories that I have planned. I have this book, which is Fee's Origin. And then the next book is kind of like a Empire Strikes Back type of thing, where we see Fee at her lowest. And it's also going to be a horror story, because horror is my jam. And so there's that book. And then there is the Civil War saga. That's gonna be at least 2 books, probably more. And there's gonna be lots of short stories. So yeah, there's the Civil War saga, and then there's also gonna be lots of little short stories and novelettes and stuff like that, all around all the stuff going on. And then there is, after that saga, there is the Meligallo, I think I have it, that's what it's called, saga, which is a federation that actually, of like thousands of species coming together solely to go up against Necropole. And that's gonna be a long one. And then during that, another saga is going to start, which is a bit of a callback to the second book, actually. So yeah, I have a lot of stuff planned when it comes to Fee and all the stories and all that jazz. Ooh. I always get worried about whenever I'm talking in general, but whenever I'm like talking a lot, Because I feel like I have a pretty monotone voice. And I was like, is it really fun to, or interesting to listen to my ramblings when it comes to the and all that? Hopefully the topic is interesting enough. I need to take a minute and breathe. Yeah, so the tablet I'm using now is an Artist 24 half a pro. I don't know. It's a 2K resolution one instead of the 4K one. Yeah, XP Pen Artist Artist 24 art words. It's a tablet from XP Pen and big. It's 24 inches. The screen's 24 inches. That's what I'm trying to say. It's definitely the biggest tablet I've ever had. When I got it, I was like, oh, I did not realize how big 24 inches was. Your mom is 24 inches? Is your mom cremated? And in a That's the first thing I thought when you said that. Because I'm a little messed up. Oh, Mom, I'm talking about my monitor. Oh, my mom is 5'5" in a family where we're all around 6 foot. So yeah, I think my mom would appreciate that. Yeah, because I'm 6'3", my dad is 6 foot, my brother is 6'5", and my sister is 5'10", and then my mom is 5'5". The only ones that are shorter than my mom are my nephews, and they're 10. Okay, I was like, wait, am I confused or are you confused or are we both confused? What happened here? But yeah, so I got this tablet. My previous tablet was a Wacom HD 13, which was just under 13 inches. And then before that, I can't remember what it was. And then before that, I had two Wacom bamboo tablets, which were like those drawing pads, so they didn't have the screen on them. But then as soon as I got a tablet that had a screen on it, or a Cintiq, I've never looked back, and I've been spoiled ever since. really need to get this done. It's almost midnight. I still have to ink Fee. Fortunately, it's really easy for me to ink Fee, but still. Because I have lots of practice. That was another thing that I was meaning to get back to, and then I got distracted by thoughts. So the fact that I didn't think much about, like, I didn't think I was going to have a whole lot to do with Fee. I now have over 200 drawings of her. In 17 months, I've made over 200 drawings of her. I had friends where I would tell them, like, I think I have a problem. I think I'm obsessed with Fee. And they'd be like, no, I don't think. I think it's just a fixation. And I'm like, you don't understand. I don't... Fixations don't do this. This is an obsession. I'm making a language for this woman to say. What would you call that? My strange addiction, my OC. Always need to have a cup holder. See ya, Ooze. Hank, thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate it, as you know. Well, Stitches is now laying behind my tablet. been chilling too much with this drawing, and now I'm not gonna actually get it done technically in time. I didn't realize how late it was. I am definitely going to be chilling tomorrow. Ah, look at it. Oh, look at that. Delicious. What you doing, Stitches? I'm always kind of impressed with myself when I'm able to bullshit perspective. I did not set this perspective up or anything. I was just like, this looks about right. Because my brain and perspective don't do. Ooh. Stitches, what are you doing? For those who don't know, I have a cat named... well, basically she's a kitten. All cats are kittens. Just like all dogs are puppies. But I have a calico. I just look over, and she's just looking around my tab like, hi! But I have a calico. Her name is Stitches because my very first cat was a calico, and her name was Patches. And Stitches looks a lot like Patches. Patches lived to be 23. And she got me through a lot of dark times as a kid. So when everybody was like, oh my god, it looks like Patches, I was like, well, I guess I was very reluctant on taking her, but I was like, well, if everyone's just gonna go crazy over how she looks like Patches, might as well just kind of stick with the naming convention and call her Stitches, since stitches are what hold patches together. And now I have this cat because she picked me. I did not have a choice in the matter. And it was really unusual with the way that the fact that she picked me, because she did not live with me for a while or anything. I did not like feed her or anything like that. She just looked at me and was just like, You're mine. And I was like, okay, I guess so. I guess that's how this works. Because she was living at my mom's house. Because my mom runs a cat rescue. And, one of the things that I do to try to make money, which is not going too well for me, is I help run an antique business with my dad. So I would go over there and we work on stuff. And yeah, so she would see me every now and then. But like as soon as she would see me, she would get super excited and run up towards me. And the day that I realized that I was going to be taking her home was when I was about to leave, and I was standing there talking with my parents, and she was sitting right next to me, just staring up at me, waiting for me to be done talking so I could pick her up. As a little kitten, like a few weeks old. And I was like, well, shit. Guess we're doing this. Ooh, I want to see. 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 Finally, she was tough to beat, but hopefully Dad will be proud of me. Oh, Dad, I'm finally coming home. Not so fast, princess. Oh, princess! She's back in the fucking building again! Oh my god! Yeah, P would definitely be like, oh, princess. Where are you? And then she'd just change them and go, I can smell you. You can run, but you can't hide. I also absolutely love that little pose that she does in the in the last one. It's so fucking cute. I love it so much. I'm gonna cry.
Beat on your wife, Robotnik. She's mine now. Still need to shade this. Ah!
There, it's shaded. Perfect. Lovely. The best. There we go. Even better. All right.
I did this to myself. Holy rage and sour cream. Oh, that's a new one I'm gonna have to use. Yeah, buddy, it's trademark. Ah, damn. Everything's a subscription now. Also, make sure you check out the time-lapse shorts of the Inca days. Posted day 5.
Or 6. Day 5 or 6 today.
I think it was day 6. And that's been a pain in the butt to deal with. Went to a
Website that
uses copyright-free music, and I was using that music for the background. And suddenly I've been getting copyright claims for the music.
and the kind where it blocks globally. So literally, it basically deleted my video.
I was like, oh, well, that's fantastic. So I've decided I'm going back to Incompetech, which is like the OG copyright-free music site. So music's gonna sound cheesy and stuff, but I don't care anymore.
Brit here is definitely giving off Octavia
vibes from Spider-Verse. We're getting there. We're almost there. Wake the fuck up, Samurai. We got a drawing to do. Alright, now the question is, what the hell is Fee saying here? Oh, something just fell off my desk. Don't know what that was. It's too dark in here, and I don't care enough. Oh my god, my cat's like really upset with me right now because typically I'm in bed at this point. And they're like, "Why are you not in bed? What are you doing up? Why are you up, Father? Father, why are you up? You should be in bed so we could cuddle." Cat, I can't see. You're a better door than window. Don't trust her, Brit. Nuh-uh. Her ass is lying. Yeah, one time I was really wanting to get across how, like, yeah, Fee, in terms of, like, how she treats her people, she's, like, a very good person. She is practically a saint. Like, actually acts like a saint and stuff when it comes to her people. But she is an absolutely terrible person when it comes to anyone else. And the example I gave is that one time her legion intercepted a fleeing ship full of refugees from a system that was having a like horrible civil war, and they didn't know anything about Necropoli, and so they asked Fee for some supplies so that they could reach their destination, which was like another system in like another galaxy or something, like, or on the other side of the galaxy or whatever. And so she was like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. She sends them a bunch of supplies, and inside the supplies were 2 bombs. One bomb was an incendiary bomb, and the other one was an EMP. They both went off. Half of the crew, half of the occupants in the ship died from being burned to death, and the other half suffocated. And then they go in, clean up shop, and hacked into the navigation system, found the coordinates to the system that they were fleeing from, went back to Necropoli, filled back up, took their leave, and then went to the system to go help with the war. Fee can be ruthless. Okay. Right, saving. And I'm going to be posting this into the Discord, but I will post it onto Pixel Art in the morning or whenever I wake up. Because I am very tired right now. And also, most people tend to see my stuff in the morning on Pixel Art anyway. Sir? But yeah, it is. This is done. Thank you everybody for stopping by and hanging out. It means the world to me that you guys hung out with me. First, let's look at what we got tomorrow. Tomorrow, we have Izu's character, Weapon A31, which looks like a little bit of a creature feature, which I'm excited about. I love me some creature features. So, that'll be fun. But yeah, so normal start time tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard, and we will keep on trucking along with this. Okay. So yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. So with all that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow.